Shri Ramanavami, let us enter into this beautiful segment. So, as many of you would have seen in the previous session, the incarnation day of Lord Sri Rama is the Ramnavami. Sri Rama was born to Kaushalya, the queen of Ayodhya, exactly at noon on the Shukla Paksha Navami of the Chaitra month of the Vedic lunar calendar. Every year, this day is celebrated as Sri Ramanavami by all the Hindus in the world. Lord Sri Rama, who is the center of Ramayana, the great epic of the Hindu tradition, is an incarnation of Lord Vishnu. Millions of years ago, in the Treta Yuga, all the gods and sages prayed to Lord Mahavishnu, who was in Yoga Nidra, to save them from the load of negativity prevailing on planet Earth. Only when the god takes the human form as an avatar does the collective negativity get destroyed. Lord Vishnu, who is the embodiment of compassion as an answer to their prayer, incarnates as Lord Sri Rama. Sri Rama is the son of Dasharatha and Kausalya, the royal couple of the city of Ayodhya. So many of us know about the birth and the purpose of the birth of Bhagavan Sri Rama, which is just to, out of his utmost compassion, the compassion of Bhagavan Mahavishnu to the people of the Bhuloka, he came down to address the negativity which was prevailing on the planet Earth and to save all the beings from those negative forces. Sri Rama is the epitome of dharma and sacrifice. Sri Rama lived in such a way that his life is the ideal way of living to be followed by all in the world. He is the role model of the Vedic way of living. He has been the hero of India and the Vedic tradition for millions of years. Right from the young age, Sri Rama expressed extraordinary skill in archery and extraordinary courage and sacrifice. He destroyed so many demons and saved mankind. Sri Rama is worshipped by millions around the world. He liberated so many souls from haunting karmas. When he left the body, he took along with him all the citizens of Ayodhya and liberated them from the samsara, the vicious cycle of birth and death, and made them live with him eternally. Sri Rama saves his devotees from all dangers. He bestows all the prosperity and auspiciousness. We will now be seeing a few of the qualities of Bhagavan Sri Rama. Lord Sri Rama expressed the unique qualities of an avatar. An avatar is God, the supreme consciousness taking a human form. God comes down in the human form in order to establish the signs of enlightenment, to save the noble, and to teach a lesson to the wicked. Lord Vishnu expressed himself in the human form in his 10 major avatars. Rama is the 7th avatar of Bhagavan Sri Vishnu. Below are the few qualities of an avatar which Rama expressed during his lifetime. Many of you might know the story of the old lady Shabari and Bhagavan Sri Rama. While wandering in search of his wife Sita, Rama happened to meet a very elderly devotee named Shabari. Shabari was waiting for Sri Rama for so many years. When she met Rama, Shabari offered fruits to him. Her love for Rama such intense that she tasted every fruit and checked that if it was fit to be given to Rama. Rama showed his grace on her by eating the fruits already tasted by Shabari and ultimately gave her enlightenment. And of course, all of us also know about how Bhagavan Sri Rama helped Sugriva, the king of the monkey clan, who was exiled by his brother and his wife was kept captive by Vali. When he approached Rama for help, Rama immediately extended the hand of friendship and helped him get out of all his problems and worries. I'm sure many of us know about this beautiful story where Bhagavan Sri Rama helps Sugriva against his brother Vali. Also, of course, how Bhagavan Sri Rama never tolerated the people who do injustice and people like Ravana, the demon king, who not only tortured all the gods but also kidnapped Sita and forced her to live with him. Rama, the iron hand for evildoers, destroyed the demon and liberated Sita and all the Devas. And of course, all of us know about how Sri Rama upheld Dharma in the most authentic, in the most righteous way. Rama Rajya means the kingdom with high standards and principles established by Rama. Rama, after becoming the king of Ayodhya, established Dharma on the planet Earth. He himself is the embodiment of Dharma. And of course, as an incarnation, one of the biggest qualities is sacrifice. Lord Sri Rama is the epitome of sacrifice. All the arrangements were made for Rama's coronation, but just for the promise received by his stepmother that Rama should go on exile for 14 years and the kingdom to be given to her son Bharata, Rama went on exile, bequeathing his kingdom. The zenith of his sacrifice and commitment to Dharma is his bequeathed his kingdom and wife, Queen Sita, who was goddess Lakshmi herself. And of course, one of the main other qualities of an avatar is the charisma and beauty and the grandeur that they radiate. Sri Rama was so handsome that even the sages who have won all the lust and fantasies wished to take one more birth so that they could live with him. Those sages took birth as Gopikas in Rama's next incarnation as Bhagavan Sri Krishna. And as we are seeing about Lord Rama, one of the most important aspects of his life is the sacred Kailasa Paramparagata Surya Vamsha Sarvanya Pitha Surangi Samrajyam, the kingdom of the solar dynasty, the Surya Vamsha dynasty. And we'll be right back to explore more about that after a short break. Please stay tuned.
Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity.
I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to Mahakailas. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment.
Yes, Nityanand, welcome back to this beautiful segment where we will now be entering into the sacred Suryavamsha Surangi Samrajyam, the solar dynasty of Bhagavan Paramashiva, created by the right eye of Bhagavan Paramashiva. Let us now enter into a short brief and a history to the ancient kingdom of the Suryavamsha lineage. Kailasa in Surangi prevailed as an enlightenment ecosystem with tremendously rich and unique history, heritage, festivals, art, architecture, and culture established directly by Paramashiva through Lord Surya, the sun god. It functioned with such high activism in celebrating the cosmic principles. It is also one of the most invaded of Kailasas in the world by the Mughals. Following is an overview of the glory of Kailasa in the Surangi region, the persecution of it by the invading rulers, and its revival. The Surya Vamsha, or the lineage of the sun, has existed from time immemorial, having been created from the right eye of Lord Paramashiva himself, and with recorded history starting with the reign of Ikshvaku, the son of Vaivasvatamanu, who in turn was the son of Surya himself, and which lineage throughout history has upheld the royal principles of integrity, authenticity, responsibility, and enriching and upholding Dharma above all. So here we can see the picture of Bhagavan Surya and Lord Manu, the Vaivasvata Manu. And all of us should understand that the Surya Vamsha lineage, as mentioned here, it is it has happened with recorded history. It is not some ancient mythology, or it is not just a story being told to all of us, but it is an actual kingdom which is established by Bhagavan Paramashiva, and it has a recorded history of the various kings that ruled this beautiful dynasty, which we will be going through now in this segment. So, beginning with the first king, who is Ikshvaku. Ikshvaku was the first king who executed the Manusmriti, the rules of Dharma by Vaivasvata Manu, who was the first person to codify the cosmic laws of the universe into the governing laws of a country. These laws continued to form the basis of all laws, and also much later, the basis for the administration of the kingdom of Madurai by the enlightened queen Meenakshi, who ruled over all of the 56 nations that constituted the planet at that time. So, as per the Hindu tradition, Ikshvaku was the son of Vaivasvata Manu, and he was the first king who executed the laws and rules given in the Manusmriti, which is something similar or greater than what you call a constitution in the modern day world. Bhagavan Sri Krishna, a divine incarnation of Lord Vishnu, revealed a millennia later in the Bhagavad Gita that he, as the supreme divinity, had taught the imperishable science of yoga first to Surya, who then conveyed it to his son Manu, and who in turn his son Ikshvaku, and from then on to the Raja Rishis as the Rajavidya Rajaguhyam. So here we can see the picture of Bhagavan Sri Krishna giving the Bhagavad Gita to Arjuna. And during that time, Bhagavan Sri Krishna, as he is also an incarnation of Bhagavan Vishnu, revealed the parampara, the Guru parampara of the various kings and the lineage of the Surya Vamsha. So there were so many kings who came after Ikshvaku, and many of whom were not prominent as King Harishchandra. The 18 major Puranas known as the Hindu history. Among these, the Markandeya Purana reveals the exemplary integrity of King Harishchandra, the 31st ruler in the dynasty. He went to extremes in keeping his integrity to Dharma, where he sacrificed all his possessions, his name, fame, power, and kingdom at the feet of his Guru, Vishwamitra, and attained liberation at the Manikarnika Ghats in Varanasi, North India, which were created by Lord Paramashiva for liberating those who left their body in that sacred place. Many of us know the story of King Harishchandra, where he was even ready to give up his son for holding the integrity, holding the word that he gave, a man of integrity. And of course, he attained liberation by the grace and blessings of his Guru and, of course, Paramashiva. And he was the 31st ruler of that lineage. So by now, you will see a pattern that the lineage of Surya Vamsha is not just what you think as the king, the kings and queens that you know, similar to many of the Western civilizations, but it is the enlightened rulers that rule the kingdoms that are there to guide the people, to guide the citizens of their land. And it is not about conquering the nations, or it is not about expanding the empire, but it is more towards the enlightenment based civilization where everyone was focused towards enlightenment and towards the upliftment of human consciousness. So let us now walk you through to the next most prominent king, King Bhagiratha, the 43rd ruler in the lineage. The 39th chapter of the Shiva Purana describes the 43rd king in the lineage, King Bhagiratha. He brought the celestial river Ganga to planet Earth by the power of his penance and sacrifice to wash the sins of his ancestors, the sons of King Sagara, who were burnt by Lord Kapila. Sri Kapila Muni was the founder of the Sankhya tradition, which is the basis of all Vedantic thought trends and the first head of Mahanirvani Akhada, the foremost apex body of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. So here we can see a king who was not just focused on himself, but literally did a penance of a lifetime to atone for the sins which has been committed by his ancestors and to liberate all of them. And then we come to one of the most prominent rulers of the Ikshvaku dynasty, the Vamsha, which is Lord Rama himself. Lord Rama was the 62nd ruler in the lineage. Lord Sri Rama, the divine incarnation of Bhagavan Sri Vishnu, who was the absolute Purusha, blessed the planet Earth by being born as the 62nd king in this great lineage. And then we come little close to modern history, where we all know about Gautama Buddha, who was the 140th ruler of the Surya Vamsha lineage. The Buddhist text, Mahavamsa, traces the origin of Sankhyas to King Ikshvaku, known as Okaka in Pali. It further reveals that Gautama Buddha, the royal prince of the Sankhyas and the ascetic of Mahanirvani Pitha of Kapila Mahamuni, was the 140th king of this same lineage. And then we come closer to modern history, where we know about the gurus of the Sikh tradition. Chithirai, the son of Kusha, who was the son of Lord Sri Ram, moved to the Sanad region in Gujarat where he married the king's daughter and moved to Madhya and came to form the lineage called Sodhis, into which lineage was born Sri Guru Gobind Singh in the 17th century and many other gurus of the Sikh tradition in Punjab. The next we come to the great kings of the Chola kingdom. The kings of the great Chola kingdom, such as Karigala Cholan and Rajaraja Cholan, who built the towering Shiva temple at Tanjore, belonged to the Surya Vamsha, and the Cholas worshipped Surya and built several sun temples, including the Konark Sun Temple in present day Orissa, which was built by the Chola princess Kundavai Nachiyar, who was the daughter of Rajaraja Chola and the wife of Vimaladitya. The king Ellalan of the Surya Vamsha Chola dynasty earned the title Manunidi Choran for his adherence and righteousness and justice and to laws codified by the originator of the Surya Vamsha dynasty Manu by giving justice to a cow whose calf was killed by his own son when driving a chariot carelessly. So here we can see, even after so many years of thousands of years of the lineage, the kings still held that righteousness, that sacred concept of upholding the constitution which was written by Vaivaswata Manu in the Manu Smriti. And we can see that they did not care about it whether it was their own son or their wife, their relatives. It was the dharma which was to be upheld, and the kings of the Suryavamsha dynasty followed the dharma at all costs. The Rajputs from the 6th century AD, the Suryavamsha lineage of the Ikshvaku has been called by the modern nomenclatures as the Rajputs, and who were warriors of the ultimate courage and skill, who defended Bharat from the invading barbarian tribes from the west, and who were rulers who upheld the eternal principles of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. The famous king Rajput Maharana Pratap was born in 247 generations after King Ikshvaku in the same lineage of the Surya Vamsha. Chhatrapati Shivaji, the king of the Maratha Empire, who fought hard to protect a large part of southern India and its heritage from the destruction by the Mughals, traced his lineage to the Suryavamshi Sisodia Rajput line. The Rajput kingdom of Surangi, the Suryavamsha Sarvanyapita Surangi Samrajyam, was ruled by great kings who were descendants of King Harishchandra, occupying the region in the north of present day Andhra Pradesh and near the border of present day Orissa, and is today the only surviving living tradition of this great lineage. In the 17th century, the kingdom of Surangi was ruled by Raja Dinabandhu Harishchandra Jagdev, who was the guru of Abhimanyu Samant Singhar, the famous 17th century composer. His son, Raja Keshav Raj Harishchandra Jagdev, Raja of Surangi, composed the Rasa Sindhu Sulakshana, and his son, Raja Mukund Harishchandra Jagdev, the Raja of Surangi, was also a composer and musician who played the veena. Raja Chandrachudamani Harishchandra Jagdev of Surangi shifted his palace from Surangi to its current location in the city of Ichapuram and was succeeded to the throne by Raja Purnachandra Dio Harishchandra Jagdev. This kingdom was fully recognized by the British as an independent nation with its own sovereignty and ability to levy taxes, the extent of the territory being 212 square kilometers, comprising 129 villages. The title as the ruler of this kingdom and the palace that existed on the land that still belongs to the kingdom was handed over to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as part of the legal succession in a grand ceremony from December 2004 to January 2005, and he is hence the rightful inheritor and ruler of this occupied territory, but it was annexed post independence by the Indian Union in 1953, along with other Rajput states, in violation of the international laws, including the Covenant of the League of Nations and subsequently Article 2 of Chapter 1 of the UN Charter, only allowing them to retain their lineage and titles and certain properties specifically owned by them. During this period, 212 square kilometers of the Surangi kingdom, comprising of 129 villages, were under threat of invasion, forcibly and illegally dispossessed from the kingdom, and made it part of the secular Indian Union using the instrument of accession, which was introduced by the Government of India Act 1935. The revival of the Suryavamshi Surangi Samrajya Sarvangapita, the modern day lineage, Raja Kirti Chandra Dio Harishchandra Jagdev, Raja of Surangi, from the 13th of June 1933 to November, ruled the kingdom of Surangi during his lifetime and also represented the Ichapuram constituency as a member of the Andhra Pradesh Legislative Assembly in 1961. His eldest daughter, Rani Manoja Manjari Devi, was adopted into another family early in her life. His son, Raja Hridaya Chandra Dio Harishchandra Jagdev of Surangi, Raja of Surangi, born 9th March 1966, died unmarried and childless on the 13th of September 2004. The youngest daughter, the younger daughter of Kirti Chandra Rani Sana Jima Manjula Manjari Devi, Mrs. Manjula Puja Shroff, then assumed the position of the Queen of the Surangi Kingdom. Rani Jima Manjula Manjari Devi, the Queen of Surangi, being worried about the question of how she would administer and manage this large kingdom and make it glorious, prayed to Paramashiva, asking for the right successor who will take this kingdom to its original glory. At that time, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, known as Sri Nityananda Swami, gave darshan, and experiencing Swamiji as Paramashiva, she decided to surrender the kingdom at his feet, and he blessed her by assuming the responsibility as the king, and now he is taking the kingdom to its glorious future. His Divine Holiness, as we all know, hails from the Tonde Mandala Adishaiva Velalar community, also known as the Tondamandal Shaiva Velalar community. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is one who belongs to the royal Adishaiva lineage, descended from the great Chola kings of the Suryavamsha, is the direct incarnation of Paramashiva, the ultimate divinity and the originator of the lineage of Suryavamsha, who now again has revived the true science of yoga that was first given to Surya by him, and from then on to Manu, Ikshvaku, the various rishis, and is the Rajaguru of the Suryavamsha Sarvanyapita Surangi Samrajyam. It is the time honored and age old tradition of the Suryavamsha that kingdoms are ruled by enlightened masters or Rajagurus whenever they choose to honor the kingdom by taking on the responsibility of administration, as happened historically when Harishchandra gave his kingdom to his guru, Vishwamitra. Chhatrapati Shivaji offered his entire kingdom to his guru, Samartha Ramdas Swami, and Meenakshi, goddess Parashakti herself, offered the entire 56 nations which constituted all of planet Earth during her reign to Paramashiva, Sundareshwara, when he showed her the ultimate cosmic reality of his nature and enlightened her. And in September 2004, the then Rajamata of Surangi, Rani Sana Jima Manjula Manjari Devi, declared, "It is now my privilege and honor through this document, by the power vested in me as per the ancient customs and traditions of the kingdom of Surangi, to formally declare the nomination of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as the supreme ruler and inheritor of this ancient throne, and with it, the Surya Vamsha Sarvanyapita Surangi Samrajyam and all rights vested with it. All decisions regarding the kingdom of Surangi will henceforth happen as per his will and command." Through a traditional ritualistic grand coronation ceremony that lasted 5 days from 31st of December 2004 to 4th of January 2005, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the king of Kailasa Paramparagata Surya Vamsha Sarvanyapitham Surangi Samrajyam. So with this, we can see the clear history of the Surya Vamsha lineage, which began from the right eye of Paramashiva and was passed on to great kings such as King Harishchandra, King Bhagiratha, and King Rama. And then how the various kings upheld the Dharma, like the Rajputs and Chhatrapati Shivaji, but then was annexed illegally by India and now revived by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism from this day of 2004. So with that, we come to the conclusion of the beautiful introduction to this dynasty, this empire, which is not just in history, but which is being revived by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism even today, and as a celebration of Ram Navami, the birthday of Lord Rama, we are giving our due diligence, we are giving our whatever we have to his kingdom, to his Surya Vamsha kingdom, reviving it and keeping the integrity of the kingdom alive. So with that, we will now be entering into the preparation for the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. Just in after a short break.
Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision decision to struggle with the same rut is time. Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity.
I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to Mahakailas. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment.
Yes, Nityanandam, welcome back. We will now be entering into the introduction to the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. Few important cautions. Bhava is defined as directing and activating the emotional and spiritual energy that is created through meditation on the avatar. Bhava Samadhi Darshan is not an event in space and time. Rather, darshan happens at the moment when we are lifted out of space and time. During Bhava Samadhi Darshan, our neurons mirror that of the avatar. The brain mirror neurons activate and process all of the observed moments or information of the avatar just by seeing and without the physical act of imitation. And with that, we will now be getting ready to begin the Bhava Samadhi Darshan.
தேடும் பொருளும் நீ புகழும் நீ போகங்கள் யாவும் நீயே புறமும் நீ அகமும் நீ புவி எங்கும் நான் காணும் பொலிவும் நீ போதம் நீயே முன்னும் நீ நடுவும் நீ முடிவும் நீ முடிவிலா முழுமை நீ ஞானம் நீயே முதுமை நீ இளமை நீ மோகம் நீ தாகம் நீ மௌனம் நீ கானம் நீயே மண்ணும் நீதான் எனது வாழ்வென்று வளம் என்று மனமுருக நின்றதெல்லாம் வஞ்சமோ என் துயர் கொஞ்சமோ இவ்வாறு மறப்பதுவும் ஒரு நெஞ்சமோ இன்னும் நீ சற்றும் இறங்காதிருந்திடில் என் உயிர் இனி மிஞ்சுமோ இறைவியனை ஆண்டருளும் நித்திய நித்தேஸ்வரி நித்திய புரி வாழும் உமையே இறைவியனை ஆண்டருளும் நித்திய நித்தேஸ்வரி நித்திய புரி வாழும் உமையே ஜோதியில் கமலாலயத்தினில் கையிலாய மலை மீதினில் கந்தருவர் கிண்ணனர் கணநாதர் சித்தர்கள் கண்டு தொழ நின்ற பொருளே வெற்பூர கங்கையை வில்வமுடனாத்தியை வெள்ளரு கைத்தும் பையை மிடை கொன்ற பாம்பினோடு பிறை சூடுவான் பங்கில் மேவி தழைத்த எழிலே மற்போர் துணிந்த மாமயிடன் தலை மீது மனை போற்ற ஏறுதிரலே மாறுபடு சூரர் குலம் நீரு படமேல் தந்து வாகை மலர் சூடும் அருளே எப்பொழுது மேலெழும் இளைஞாயிரே எங்கள் ஏழ்மை தவிர்த்த அரசே இறைவியனை ஆண்டருளும் நித்திய நித்தேஸ்வரி நித்திய புரி வாழும் உமையே இறைவியனை ஆண்டருளும் நித்திய நித்தேஸ்வரி நித்திய புரி வாழும் உமையே கதிரவன் ஒளியாக கார்மேக வானவில்லாய் கரையேதும் இல்லாத நிறைவான திங்களாய் காட்சி தருமாதி சக்தி நினையாவும் அரிதான அனுபவ பொருளாக நிலையங்கள் ஆறும் ஏறி நீங்காத பேரின்பமாம் கோலம் பல கொள்ளும் நிகரற்ற மூல சக்தி அனலாய்த்து இன்று பின் அறிவுற்று மேலெழுந்து ஆனந்த முகடும் மேவி அழியாமை தரும் அமுத மழையாய் சுவை தருளும் அரவான யோக சக்தி இனிது புவி இனிது வான் இனியதே மனித வாழ்வினியனின் துணை வாய்க்கு மேல் இறைவியனை ஆண்டருளும் நித்திய நித்தேஸ்வரி நித்திய புரி வாழும் உமையே இறைவியனை ஆண்டருளும் நித்திய நித்தேஸ்வரி நித்திய புரி வாழும் உமையே உயிரென்ற யாழிலே உந்தியும் ஊன்றியும் உன் புகழ் மீட்டுகின்றேன் உள்ளமெனும் திரையிலே உணர்வென்னும் கோலினால் உன் வடிவு தீட்டுகின்றேன் செயலற்ற அன்பையே தீபமாய் தூபமாய் திருமுன்பு காட்டுகின்றேன் சிதறாத பார்வையோடு செய்த தமிழ் மாலையை திருவடியில் சூட்டுகின்றேன் குயிலாக மாறி நான் கோயில்கள் தோறும் முனை கூவி வர அருள்வாய் குளிர் தென்றலாகி நின் புகழ் பாடி உலகெங்கும் கூத்தாட உதவுவாயா எயிலார் பெருந்துரை சிவயோக வல்லியே ஈசனார் மகிழும் மலரே இறைவியனை ஆண்டருளும் நித்திய நித்தேஸ்வரி நித்திய புரி வாழும் உமையே. இறைவியனை ஆண்டருளும் நித்திய நித்தேஸ்வரி நித்திய புரி வாழும் உமையே. தமிழேனும் அளப்பரும் தன் கடல் சூழ் மதுரை தலைவினி அமுதவாக்கால் சங்கரன் வணங்கிய சிவானந்த சௌந்தரிய தத்துவ செல்வியும் நீ. இமயமலை மேருவில் குமரி முனை அலைகளில் சீர்பூத்த பைங்கொடியும் நீ. செருவென்று புகழ் கொண்ட முகவை சிவகங்கை முதல் தேசங்கள் ஆள்பவள் நீ. சமயங்கள் யாவிலும் அமைகின்ற உண்மை நீ சன்மார்க்க வள்ளல் தாய் நீ. சபரிமலை காஷ்மீரம் ஸ்ரீசைலம் காசி எனும் தலந்தோறும் வாழ்பவள் நீ. இமையோரும் முனிவரும் இலங்கியம் புலவோரும் ஏந்து மலரடிகள் வாழி. இறைவியனை ஆண்டருளும் நித்திய நித்தேஸ்வரி நித்திய புரி வாழும் உமையே. இறைவியனை ஆண்டருளும் நித்திய நித்தேஸ்வரி நித்திய புரி வாழும் உமையே. அடியார் மனப்பொழிலில் விளையாடும் அன்னமே ஆதிசிவன் மலை மார்பிலே. அசையும் பசுங்கொடிய ஆகம புராணங்கள் அடைவறிய தொடுவானமே. குடியோர் உயிர் பருகும் புலிசமே அவுணர்தம் கோட்டையில் விழுந்த கனலே. குலமாதர் மஞ்சளோடு குங்குமம் காக்கின்ற கோமள தெய்வ மலரே. கடவா பவக்கடல் கடக்க வரு தோணியே காமம் கடுஞ்சினத்தை காய்கின்ற பருதே நோய் சாவு கவலைகள் களைகின்ற அருமருந்தே. இடையீடில்லாத தருமழை மேகமேயம் இலக்காவதுன் பாதமே. இறைவியனை ஆண்டருளும் நித்திய நித்தேஸ்வரி நித்திய புரி வாழும் உமையே. இறைவியனை ஆண்டருளும் நித்திய நித்தேஸ்வரி நித்திய புரி வாழும் உமையே. தேராத கவியனினும் மாறாத காதலால் திருமுன்பு சாற்றுகின்றேன். சிந்தை அணு ஒவ்வொன்றும் தேவி உனதேயாக செய்ய தமிழ் பாடுகின்றேன். ஆராத துயருக்கும் அகலாத கவலைக்கும் யாரை நான் நொந்து கொள்வேன். அறியாது பிழை செய்து சரியாக வதைப்பட்ட அவலத்தை எங்கு சொல்வேன். நீராகவே நெருதற் புறமூன்றும் செற்ற உனை நெஞ்சார போற்றுகின்றேன். நெற்றி விழியால் எனது குற்றமலை பொடியாக நின் அருளை வேண்டுகின்றேன். ஈரேதும் இல்லாத இன்ப வடிவாக என் இதய தளமீதும் ஒளிர்வாய். இறைவியனை ஆண்டருளும் நித்திய நித்தேஸ்வரி நித்திய புரி வாழும் உமையே. இறைவியனை ஆண்டருளும் நித்திய நித்தேஸ்வரி நித்திய புரி வாழும் உமையே. வானமும் பூமியும் மாறினும் மாறாத வாய்மை வடிவான தேவி. வழிபாடு செய்பவர் குறைபாடு தீர்த்தின்ப வாழ்வு தரும் ஆதி தேவி. தேனுமாய் அமுதுமாய் சித்தத்திலே நின்று தித்தி திணிக்கும் தேவி. சேராரின் மார்பயிறு கூறாகவே செய்யும் திரிசூலம் ஏந்தும் தேவி. கானமும் சிற்பமும் கலைமலர் பல பலவும் காணிக்கை கொள்ளும் தேவி. கற்பனையும் ஒப்பனையும் காலம் ஒரு மூன்றும் கடந்த தேவதேவி. ஈனமுன்றண்டாத ஞானமாதேவி உனை என் சொல்லி வாழ்த்துவோம் யாம். இறைவியனை ஆண்டருளும் நித்திய நித்தேஸ்வரி நித்திய புரி வாழும் உமையே. இறைவியனை ஆண்டருளும் நித்திய நித்தேஸ்வரி நித்திய புரி வாழும் உமையே. விநாயகன் சங்கரன் பிறவாத யாக்கை உடையேன் பேராயிரங்கொண்ட பெருநாவலன் சிவன் பிரம்மன் அறியாத மறையோ கரையார் கழுத்தினன் கண்ணுதல் கயற்கண்ணி காதலன் கங்கை நாடன் காலத்திநாதன் கபாலி கங்காதரன் கையிலையோன் மங்கை பாகன் சிறையார் புணற்றில்லை சிற்றம்பலத்தினன் திரியம்பகம் தியாகராஜன் திரிபுரம் எடுத்தவன் குருபரன் ஈசன் என செப்பும் என் அப்பனான இறையோனும் நீயும் எம் இல்லங்கள் தோறும் எழுந்தருள வேண்டும் அம்மா இறைவியனை ஆண்டருளும் நித்திய நித்தேஸ்வரி நித்திய புரி வாழும் உமையே இறைவியனை ஆண்டருளும் நித்திய நித்தேஸ்வரி நித்திய புரி வாழும் உமையே தாய்கை பிடித்தபடி தளிர்நடை பயின்றுனது சபையேறி வரவில்லையோ தந்தையார் உபதேச மந்திரம் பொழிந்தபடி சந்நிதியில் தொழவில்லையோ வாய் திறந்தால் அங்கு வருவதும் நாமமென வாழ்கின்ற மகன் இல்லையா மாதரார் போகத்தில் மயங்கிடும் காலத்து மறவாத மனம் இல்லையா ஓய்வின்றி நான் பாட உவப்போடு நீ கேட்க ஒப்பியதும் நினைவில்லையா ஓடோடி வந்தனது தீராத துயர் தீர்க்க உன் நெஞ்சில் கனிவில்லையா ஈகின்ற என் தலைவி நீ இல்லையா உந்தன் இசைவான நான் இல்லையா இறைவியனை ஆண்டருளும் நித்திய நித்தேஸ்வரி நித்திய புரி வாழும் உமையே இறைவியனை ஆண்டருளும் நித்திய நித்தேஸ்வரி நித்திய புரி வாழும் உமையே ஓமெனும் மந்திரத்துட்பொருள் ஆகின்ற ஸ்ரீராஜராஜேஸ்வரி ஊழிதோறும் உயரறம் காக்கின்ற ஸ்ரீராஜராஜேஸ்வரி நாமமும் உருவமும் பலவாகி உலகாளும் ஸ்ரீராஜராஜேஸ்வரி ஞானமும் இச்சையும் கிரியையும் தானான ஸ்ரீராஜராஜேஸ்வரி க்ஷேமமும் ஆனந்தமும் சித்தியும் உதவிடும் ஸ்ரீராஜராஜேஸ்வரி ஸ்ரீ சக்கர நிலையத்தில் சிவசக்தி வடிவான ஸ்ரீராஜராஜேஸ்வரி யாவும் எம் கல்வியும் யாவும் உன் அடைக்கலம் ஸ்ரீராஜராஜேஸ்வரி இறைவியனை ஆண்டருளும் நித்திய நித்தேஸ்வரி நித்திய புரி வாழும் உமையே இறைவியனை ஆண்டருளும் நித்திய நித்தேஸ்வரி நித்திய புரி வாழும் உமையே மூவர்க்கும் தேவர்க்கும் யாவர்க்கும் மேலான முதல்வி முக்கண்ணி போற்றி முறையாக தொழுவோர்க்கு துணையாகி வழிகாட்டும் முத்தமிழ் செல்வி போற்றி நாவுக்கும் நெஞ்சுக்கும் நலம் தந்து இனிக்கின்ற நாதாந்த சக்தி போற்றி நான் என்று எனதென்றும் நலியாத நிலை சேர்க்கும் ஞான பூங்கோதை போற்றி பாவுக்கும் பூவுக்கும் பாதம் பெயர் தருளும் பாண்டிமாதேவி போற்றி பணிவார்த்தம் துயரோடு பிணியாவும் பொடியாக்கும் பரம கல்யாணி போற்றி ஏவல் கொண்டு பல காவல் செய் அன்னை நின் இணையடிகள் போற்றி போற்றி இறைவியனை ஆண்டருளும் நித்திய நித்தேஸ்வரி நித்திய புரி வாழும் உமையே 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 இறைவியனை ஆண்டருளும் நித்திய நித்தீஸ்வரி நித்திய புரி வாழும் உமையே. இறைவியனை ஆண்டருளும் நித்திய நித்தீஸ்வரி நித்திய புரி வாழும் உமையே.
ओंकारी परमेश्वरी षोडशी पराशक्ति अरुणाचले अभितनुजाम्बिके मधुरापुरी मीनाक्षी समयपुर इंद्राक्षी कांची कामाक्षी काशी विशालाक्षी कैलासनानाक्षी शिवशङ्करि शापविमोचनि लोकविनाशिनि शास्त्रज्ञे शिवसहिते शिवशम्भु शुभङ्करि शुम्भनि शुम्भपदास्ते सकलमनोहरि सुन्दरि सर्ववशङ्करि शङ्करतोषकृते जय परमेश्वरि नित्यमङ्गलि नित्यनितेश्वरि पालय कटाक्षी सूक्ष्म विवेचनि कांक्षित साक्षी सर्वविदे जन शाश्वत मानसावित कामित याचित ऊनकृते सुकर सुवीकृत दुष्कर नाश कृते जननि हित क्रोध कृते जय परमेश्वरि नित्य सुमङ्गलि नित्य नितेश्वरि पालय शक्तियुते हजिते शुभवरदे विभवे विमले कमले कमलांशपादयुते करकमले करुणानिलये कमलाक्षयुते करशूलनुते जय परमेश्वरि नित्य सुमङ्गलि नित्यतेश्वरि पालय सहितस्मरणस्तर सुष्वरनाद च मे हृदये शिव शिव शब्दनिनाद मृदङ्गश्रुते कुरु नृत्यमाधिपते शिव नटराज समेत हिताण्डवलास्य कृते शिव हर्ष कृते जय परमेश्वरि नित्य सुमङ्गलि नित्य नितेश्वरि पालय बहुअवतार कृते जनपालित शासित भूमि पवित्र कृते युग शम्भविते सकल नित्यानन्द रूप शरीर कृते परम शिवेश्वरि नित्य महेश्वरि नित्य कलामयि नित्य नुते परम शिवेश्वरि नित्य महेश्वरि नित्य कलामयि नित्य नुते जय परमेश्वरि नित्य सुमङ्गलि नित्य नितेश्वरि पालय जय परमेश्वरि नित्य सुमङ्गलि नित्य नितेश्वरि पालय
दीक्षा दीक्षा देवी तूने ही तो दी सबको शिक्षा दीक्षा योगिनी सर्वज्ञ पीठा है तेरी शक्ति से उपजा तेरी ममता की गाथा गाए जगत ये सारा तेरी भक्ति में जगत सारा नाचे जो मैं जो सब योगिनी बेगा मैं नृत्य करे तू भी प्यारी लगे देवी भक्तों को जो सब योगिनी बे ध्यान करे मान जपे सब तुझे मन भाए हो देवी माँ तेरी दिव्य दृष्टि नमामि पराशक्ति कृपया कृपया मर्दे चोरी दे दे आत्मज्ञान तेरी महिमा का गुणगान करे जाप करे ध्यान करे सुबह करे शाम करे रात करे सा तेरी कुंडलिनी शक्ति करे पार ले आकार परम्पार तेरे का करे संसार ये सारा अष्टभुजा शंभु प्रिया नूतन का सिंहासवारी चक्रधरा शंकुधर
On the seventh day of the Chithirai Peruvizha in Kailasa Madurai, we are receiving Panchamurti. Just now we had the darshan of Mahaganapati, the one who leads the procession, the leader of the Ganas, the remover of obstacles, and the blessers of auspicious beginnings. We offer to him our Mandagapati and flower garlands. Next, we are witnessing the darshan of Subramanya Swami. We offer to him the flower garlands. We're now witnessing the procession of Bhikshandavar, Parameshiva, who graces as Bhikshatana on this seventh day of the Chithirai Peruvizha. The deity of Bhikshatana is seen gracing along with the Mriga and the Bhuta. Bhikshatana is a Parameshiva who comes and takes the alms of people. Comes and has the begging bowl in his hands, the Brahma Kapala in his hands, and asks the alms from everyone, asks and comes begging for alms. Though it is not that he needs anything, he is Parameshiva. When we offer anything to him, it is offering and surrendering our karmas alone. He just digests all those karmas in the Brahma Kapala and gives us and blesses us with the enlightenment itself. When Paramashiva comes with a begging bowl, we must surrender all our karmas and all of our incompletions at his feet. Here on the Amman Sannidhi street, Bhikshandavar has entered. Devotees are coming forward and offering various prasad, naivedya and flowers in the Mandagapati. Bhikshandavar now has come to the entrance of Kailasa Madurai. We offer to him the flower garlands, the Nutana Vastra, all the traditional items of Mandagapati. after taking the form of Kala Bhairava and severing the head of Brahma, who became ignorant, thinking that he is Paramashiva himself. Removing the ego of Brahma, Paramashiva again comes after as Bhikshandava in a beautiful form and holds the Brahma Kapala as the begging bowl, teaching Brahma the attitude of humbleness. We had the beautiful darshan of Bhikshandavar from Kailasa, Madurai today. Chandigeshwara Swami is the final deity in the procession. We offer to him the flower garlands with surrendering all of our integrity at his feet. Here, before Kailasa Madurai, the Annadanam has begun. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivam, has blessed Kailasa Madurai to be giving continuous Nitya Annadanam. Following the culinary instructions as per the Paka Shastra of Paramashiva, the food has been prepared. During the Chithirai month in Madurai, hundreds of thousands of devotees come through the Amman Sannidhi street and participate in the festivities. Food is the basic necessity of life. Pilgrims who come with deep devotion drop all of their karmas at the feet of Meenakshi Sundareshwara. The whole temple ambience rejuvenates them and literally liberates them from all their ailments. And when they come and receive the food, they receive the food as Paramashiva himself. As Paramashiva came to Annapurneshwari as a mendicant with a begging bowl, same way the possibility of Paramashiva coming and accepting our Annadan is a possibility through each and everyone who comes. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashivam, has blessed of the distributing of free meals of 11 items in number. All the food is cooked according to Paramashiva's Paka Shastra and includes all the necessary ingredients to sustain a long, happy, healthy, cruelty-free and yogic life. All the food is first offered to Meenakshi Sundareshwara deities in the Shyamala Pita Sarvagnya Pita. The food is blessed by them and it becomes the prasada of Meenakshi Sundareshwara. This prasada has the extraordinary healing power and is blessed to rejuvenate people from all ailments. In the Bhagavad Gita, Bhagavan Sri Krishna declares that he is the fire of digestion in every living body. He says, Aham Vaishvanaro Bhutva Praninam Dehamashritah Pranapana Samayuktaha Pachanyannam Chaturvidam. I am the fire of digestion in every living body, and I am the breath of life exhaled and inhaled, with which I digest the fourfold food. When we serve the devotees Annadanam, we are serving Paramashiva coming before us. These rituals of dana are not a sacrifice. They are not giving up something, rather it is a sharing and imparting of what is best in us, what we can create that is best. Dana is sharing or imparting, and Annadana is considered one of the greatest sharings or impartings that can happen, that anyone can do. Hinduism is the greater science of the universe. The Maharishis have taken the truths in the Vedas and formulated rituals, kriyas, offerings, and danas that can be done for the benefit of the whole universe. Offering this food brings tremendous blessings to the whole world, to all of Kailasa. Continuously serving the devotees of Paramashiva, those who remember him, those who come to have his darshan and hold him in his heart, in their hearts, it is the same as offering it to him. He is literally accepting our offerings through all of the devotees. Anna, food, is a physical manifestation of divinity according to the Vedas, and is declared over and over again in the Vedas and Upanishads about its significance in our lives. The Taittiriya Upanishad declares, I am food, I am food, I am food. The Taittiriya Upanishad declares that Brahman itself is food, the cosmos itself is the food, is the provider for nourishment in our lives. It continues to say, I am the eater of the food, I am the eater of the food, I am the eater of the food. And I am the binding agent. I am the binding agent. I am the binding agent. I am the firstborn of the cosmic order, before the gods, and the center of immortality. These declarations and powerful Mahavakyas are from the Taittiriya Upanishad, the foremost Upanishads, revelations of Paramashiva, from his space of Avyakta. Paramashiva revealed the Vedas and the Upanishads to all of humanity. The scriptures continues to say, he who offers me, he alone protects me. Though it means that the Vedas are declaring, the Upanishad, the Taittiriya Upanishad is declaring that the one who continuously offers food and shares and does the dana, he is the one who protects the food, protects the nature, protects the nourishment and continuous abundance of food to be there. And he who eats food without offering, I as food consume him. Without offering the food, without imparting or sharing the food with the deities or with others who are the manifestation of Paramashiva in our lives, the Vedas and the Upanishads declare that I, as food, consume them. Means we go into the life of delusion without this attitude of sharing and imparting in our lives. The Taittiriya Upanishad declares, I am the Supreme Lord, overpowered the whole world. I am the golden light like that of the sun. Whoever knows this becomes so. This is the secret teaching. Finally, the beautiful statement that the Taittiriya Upanishad is declaring, that once you realize that the previous statements about food, about Anna being the nourisher and sustainer of the whole cosmos, then you will also raise in that same space and become so. You will become Paramashiva, the nourisher and sustainer of the whole cosmos. And finally, it declares that this is the secret teaching, the Rajavidya, Rajaguhya, that you are in oneness with Paramashiva. When one serves to quench the hunger and thirst of devotees of Paramashiva, he is immensely pleased and blesses them with all the auspicious blessings and relieves them of their past karmas, all of our ailments, all of the diseases or the chronic diseases that we have are a result of incomplete karmas that need to be completed. When we offer the annadana, the nourishment to the world of Paramashiva's prasada, of Meenakshi Devi's prasada, all of the ailments, healing the ailments of others, in that oneness, our ailments and we will automatically be rejuvenated in our lives. When whoever partakes this blessed food will be healed of all of the diseases and the possibility to be rejuvenated and living longer, healthy, enlightened lives. The food is prepared by the Pakashastra with no guna or quality that will give restlessness or tiredness in you. The food is having the sattvika guna, means only energy, activism, and health will be manifested from this food. This is known as the sattvika guna foods. The foods are the ingredients that give energy and long sustenance of joy and happiness. The Vedas declare, Annadhanam samam dhanam trailokeshu na vidhiyate. The Vedas sing that Annadhanam is the supreme and incomparable to any other forms of dhana. Many other dhanas are there. Godhana, the donation of the cow, the donation of jewelry, the donation of raw ingredients. But Annadana is literally the offering of all of these things put together, is incomparable to any other form of dana, is what the Vedas declare. The Taittiriya Upanishad declares, Annam vai pranaha, means the life force comes from food. The energy and source of all of existence comes from anna, the nourishment of food. And let food be in plenty. Annam bahukurvita. The Upanishad beautifully says the lifestyle which you should follow and how you should maintain your life of continuously having food. The scriptures always say that whenever you prepare food, you should prepare food for more than the people you know. Because if an aditi comes, if an uninvited guest comes to your home, you should always have something ready for them. That is what the Upanishads declare as annam bahukurvita, always having food and always being available to serve others. That is the way we should plan, that is the way we should keep food. Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashivam, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, tells us that as he grows up, he would have such a temple ambience around him that nobody ever goes hungry, including all the pet animals, all the animals that live around in the streets. All of them are also, food is kept for them, leftovers or special food to heal them if they have any problems. All the beings in Kailasa are taken care in the special Kailasa ambience. No being is left behind. No being is neglected. It is always supporting and very life positive. Varanasi city is the very third eye of Paramashiva. The city of Madurai is the Dwadashanta of Paramashiva. It is the space of his own Dwadashanta. Shyamala is a previous incarnation of Meenakshi, a powerful manifestation of Paramashiva Shakti, Shyamala Devi. Both Sundareshwara, Paramashiva, and Meenakshi, Paramashiva Shakti, established the Shyamala Pita, Sarvagna Pita. Hence the name of the Shyamala Pita, the original name as per the scriptures, is Dwadashanta Shyamala Pita. Established monastic sanctuary and order, traditional adhinam by Meenakshi and Sundareshwara. The Adhinam's rare and sacred lineage of pontiffs has been systematically carried over in an unbroken progression from ages, keeping alive the Shaiva traditions, the Shaiva Bhakti, the devotion to Paramashiva. and the continuous practices and Charya Pada lifestyle related to living the Shaivite enlightened lifestyle. The Guru Mahasannidhanams are the chosen emissaries of Paramashiva and Paramashiva Shakti, of Sundareshwara and Meenakshi. In Madurai Adhinam, they are the direct representatives of cosmos. The lineage of Guru Mahasannidhanams were entrusted with the responsibility of training and grooming the kings in administration, so they follow the dharma and have the original rules and original way of administration that Meenakshi had set in those days. They maintain the sanctity of the temple and of governance also. The constitution and governance is also administered and trained through the Guru Mahasannidhanams to the kings. At times when kings go to wars, the Guru Mahasannidhanams also act as regents, holding the fort as the cities are in wars. They also performed the spiritual initiations on the kings and citizens of the kingdom, keeping the power manifestation science alive, keeping the Shiva Bhakti alive. The Samaya Diksha, Vishesha Diksha that we all receive is a part of these spiritual initiations, where one gets the opportunity to be initiated into worshipping Paramashiva and living in the space of Paramashivatva. Imparting this enlightened science to all of the civilization was the responsibility of the Guru Mahasannidhanams. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashivam, is the 293rd Pontiff of the Madurai Adhinam. In the Virudavalli, the national anthem of Kailasa, we celebrate that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashivam, as the Kailasonnata Dwadashanta Shyamala Pitha Ruda. Another place, we also declare that he is the Saiva Samaya Kartre Sarvagnya Pitha Ruda, the one who is the reviver of the Saiva lifestyle. And we also declare that he is and beautifully reviving and the successor of the Shyamala Pitha Sarvagnya Pitha, maintaining the original vision and revelation and intention which Meenakshi and Sundareshwara created the Shyamala Pitha eons ago. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashivam, directly is reviving the tradition in Madurai. The powerful vision of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashivam, for the future of the spiritual kingdom of Shyamala Pitha Sarvagnya Pitha is wonder-filled and marvelous, and requires an extreme in-depth study of its own. The very possibility of a nation of our Hindus can only be conceptualized and actualized by one who had done it before. Meenakshi's very own biomemory is that of a ruling type. The biomemory of someone is the cognitions with which they react to their life. To be an enlightened ruler, you need to react to life with an extremely specific way, with deep compassion and correct way to liberate each and every subject and give them the ultimate enlightenment and also create a beautiful kingdom. Meenakshi had that. She had the biomemory of an enlightened ruler. The ruler who is enlightened is the most benevolent ruler, because they not only will give and create a prosperous kingdom, they will create enlightened individuals, power manifestors that will contribute to the benefit of the whole world for eons to come, for generations to come. That is why it is important to have an enlightened ruler. Meenakshi's very own biomemory is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Parameshivam's memory. The way Meenakshi Devi responded to the duties of the kingdom, the way she administered the smallest issues to the biggest issues of wars and the smallest issues of two neighbors fighting. She maintained her response as an enlightened response to give everyone the Enlightenment science. The way she created and maintained the whole Pandya civilization and the way she waged war, all of these were Meenakshi's strategies. Not as a strategy to rule and conquer, like the other rulers that we see in the world. Meenakshi's strategies were specific to give and continuously give enlightenment and power manifestation to all of her subjects and to the whole world. Both Meenakshi and Sundareshwara gave a new civilization and extremely new possibilities to the world. The Supreme Pontiff reveals that the way he makes decisions and the way he responds are at least a few thousand years old and foolproof, time-tested, and they are age-old wisdom. The way he rules, administers, and creates a system is age-old, time-tested, and has helped humanity from ages. Such a civilization, Hinduism is, it has lasted eons. It is because it is enlightenment-centric and has been kept alive by rulers, Meenakshi Devi and Sundareshwara, who keep the most essential enlightenment science alive through all the means. We are dealing with a technologically advanced civilization, but not in the modern way technology. People in their houses at the time of Meenakshi would have stone slabs in their home. The stone slabs, they would apply the Jnananjana and experience a connection with Meenakshi. They would chant the mantra, connecting with her, raising their spiritual frequency, and immediately Meenakshi would appear and give her message to them. Whatever it is that they are seeking, whatever information that is relevant to them that day, would be relayed to them by Meenakshi at that time. This are the real connection between the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Parameshivam, and Meenakshi, how she was able to create a powerful, power-manifesting civilization the same way Swamiji is creating one today. Meenakshi Devi lived at a time when humanity was taller in nature. She was tall among all, 8.5 feet tall. And Sokkanatha, Sundareshwara Swami, stood at 9 feet in height. Meenakshi Devi, when she was born from Agni. Agni in tradition and in the Hindu tradition is the purifier, the ultimate purifier. All rituals are done before Agni. All sacred oaths in life, whether it is the oath that you take into the marriage or the oath that you take into sannyas, all of these are done before fire. Fire is the witness, sakshi, to everything. And it is from this sacred fire, the Chadagni, the fire of creation itself, that Devi Meenakshi was born. She came from the Putra Kameshti Yajna that was performed by Malayadwaja Pandyan. Malayadwaja couldn't have a son of his own and an heir for his kingdom of the Pandya Desha. Recent research also shows that Malayadwaja Pandyan lived at the same time when the Mahabharata happened. Malayadwaja was alive, and during the Mahabharata, he fought on the Pandava side of the Mahabharata also. He brought Meenakshi up as a prince would be brought up, giving all the training necessary to rule a kingdom, including including archery, governance, administration, horse riding, waging war, strategy, and all the methods and techniques. Meenakshi also mastered 64 traditional arts, the 64 kalas, before she was coronated as Queen of Madurai. Meenakshi Devi had a tall, well-built structure, and her skin had a complexion that was slightly green. She appeared from the Agni with the third breast. As per the boon that she received from Paramashiva, the third breast would disappear when she is the right person in her life, the right life partner. It is a symbol not to forget the purpose for which you have assumed the body. The third breast is a reminder to herself to search for Paramashiva in her life. After being coronated the queen of Madurai, of Japandesha, she set out to conquer the 54 communities. There were 54 settlements of human beings at that time till China. In these 54 states, Meenakshi went around and was able to convince and conquer all of them with her charisma and strategy. All of them surrendered to her glory and her ability to administer and her enlightened wisdom. Meenakshi Devi set out finally after conquering the 54 deshas to conquer Kailasa. There, Meenakshi was able to conquer Nandi himself, Nandishwara. Meenakshi Devi came face to face with Paramashiva, and when that moment happened, the third breast disappeared, and Paramashiva revealed the true identity, and enlightenment happened. Then Meenakshi Devi declares that she wants to be with Paramashiva and for Paramashiva to be with her. Then Paramashiva says, all right, let us rule and show the world an example of how ruling should be done. Paramashiva also agrees that he will bring all of Kailasa to Madurai. Meenakshi Devi then puts a condition that if he comes to the Madurai, Meenakshi Devi puts a condition and says that Paramashiva should come as a handsome form, as a Manava, and not as a Rishi or an ascetic wearing the Bhasma or the Rakshas. He should come in a beautiful form. Paramashiva was in the higher frequency. He then assumed the body as Sundareshwara, the handsome being, the beautiful being. In Madurai, the deity of Sokkanada is one of the most beautiful and grand deities that you can ever have your darshan of. In Madurai, both Meenakshi and Sundareshwara came and the marriage ceremony happened. The Shiva Bhutas and Shiva Ganas of Kailasa came, and with the guidance of Meenakshi's strategy and architectural skills, created the city of Madurai. Those days, all of the people were at the average height of 9 feet. This beautiful mixture of Kailasan intelligence and the physical structure of the Dravidian civilization created a new enlightened civilization. Meenakshi created a breakthrough in human consciousness by bringing the higher intelligence of Kailasa and the Dravidian physical structure. The Dravidian physical structure of a huge, tall, highly evolved, with strong nervous systems, and the intelligence of Kailasa both mixed and created a new human being. The whole city of Madurai, Meenakshi sat and planned with architects. In those days, there was no paper, so all of the plans were written on cloth and copper. Shiva Bhutas were used to build this huge structure. You may wonder how the machinery did not happen. Through the manifestation of powers, the Shiva Bhutas and Ganas created all of the buildings and all of the architecture in Madurai. The river in Madurai, the Vaigai River, was the first man-made river ever built. When the workers and the sevakas that built the Madurai become thirsty and need to take rest and cool their bodies, they had to have the water source. So it was built by them. The river was built by them in Madurai. It was created by the chief Gana known as Kundodara, and he is responsible for holding the umbrella of Sundareshwara. There was a palace of Sundareshwara on the Vaigai River, and a temple was built for Meenakshi when she was in the body itself, and she was worshipped while she was in the body itself. The palace was inside the temple itself. Meenakshi Devi lived for 190 years without aging a day over 18. She had a son, Ugrapandian, and he was coordinated the heir and prince of the kingdom. Sundareshwara wouldn't and never did any administrative work. He would go around initiating and attending to the citizens of Madurai with the Bhutas and Rishis and Ganas playing his divine Leela. Meenakshi was handling the whole thing, the administration, the creation of the enlightened beings and the civilization. Meenakshi's relationship with Sundareshwara, everyone saw as a beautiful relationship. She was like a mother to him. And Sundareshwara was there in the body till Meenakshi was there in the body. When the son grew up, Meenakshi decided that she had established a kingdom and trained all the enlightened beings. When she felt she created enough infrastructure in the outer and inner world, on the same day at the same time, both of them left the body. The bodies of enlightened avatars are energized capsules of cosmic energy and radiate consciousness, super consciousness. For time immemorial. Just as Arunagiri Yogeshwara's body is there in the Arunachaleshwara temple, holding the powerful energy in that temple, creating the temple ambience in all ways possible. In Tiruvannamalai, the birthplace of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashivam, the same way the body of Meenakshi and Sundareshwara are there in the temple of Madurai, and they hold that energy till date. She still rules Madurai, the energy that the temple radiates. The whole structure is used of the temple is used to channel this powerful energy in the most powerful way and send these higher frequencies and life positive vibrations throughout the whole cosmos. Again and again, Sokanadar Sundareshwara Swami incarnated as a Lamvala Siddhar and played different Leelas. It was in Madurai that Paramashiva manifested the most number of Leelas. 11 times Paramashiva manifested in Madurai. Meenakshi Devi also came and attended to many of her devotees in Madurai. And she is still there, ruling Madurai. All of Madurai is still ruled by Meenakshi Devi. The whole of Madurai still worships her, and she only runs the whole administration. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashivam, describes Meenakshi to be the expression of the ultimate masculine and feminine consciousness. Meenakshi is the epitome of wisdom, beauty, courage, compassion, efficiency, and completely radiating divinity on earth. If we see the beautiful Leela, the Avatara Leela of Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashivam, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, he is doing the same work Meenakshi had done. creating new human beings with a transformed DNA who are power manifestors. All of Meenakshi's attendants, court ministers, were power manifestors. All of their strategy was enlightened based. We can see the strategy in which Paramashiva today, in the form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashivam, is building Kailasha with sheer hard work and power manifestation is directly Meenakshi's biomemory. We will now be witnessing the grand procession in Adi Kailasa Nityananda Bita Sarvagna Bita, where the Utsava Vigrahas of Meenakshi, Paramashiva Shakti, Bhagavan Somasundareshwara, along with Devi Piriyavadi Amman. Today, the unique special procession of Bhikshandavar is being arranged here in Kailasa, Adi Kailasa. Bhikshandavar is gracing along with Mahaganapati, Subramanya Swami, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashivam. With the Vedic chanting in the back, we will now offer the Arati and the Deeparadhana and start the procession here in the Adi Kailasa temple. Nityanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tannamami Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva Samarambham Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Madhyamam Nityananda Paryantam Vande Guru Parambaram Lalate Tripundri Nidila Kasturi Tilakaha Spuranmaladhara Spurita Katikaupi Navasanaha Dadhano Dustaram Shirasi Panirajam Shashikalam Pradipa Sarvesham Arunagiri Yogi Vijayate. सर्वमंगल तन्महेशाय विद्महे वाग्विशुद्धाय धीमहि तन्नः शिव प्रचोदयात् ॐ तन्महेशाय विद्महे वाग्विशुद्धाय धीमहि तन्नः शिव प्रचोदयात् ॐ तन्महेशाय विद्महे वाग्विशुद्धाय धीमहि तन्नः शिव प्रचोदयात्. श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव भिक्षाटनेश्वर स्वामिने नमः. कर्पूर नीराजनं संदर्शयामि, रक्षान् धारयामि. नमो भगवते रुद्राय.
नमस्ते रुद्रमन्यव उरोत इषवे नमः नमस्ते अस्तु धन्वने बाहुभ्यामुदते नमः यात इषु शिवतमा शिवं बभूवते धनुः रुद्रमृडया या ते रुद्रशिवा तनूरघोरा पापकाशिनी तया नस्तनुभाषन्तमया गिरिशन्ताभिचाकशीः यामिषुं गिरिशन्तहस्ते बिभर्षस्तवे शिवां गिरित्रदां गुरुमाहि गुंसीः पुरुषं जगदे शिवेन वचसा त्वा गिरिशाच्छावदामसि यदा नः सर्वमिज्जगदयक्ष्मगुं सुमना असदे अध्यवोचदधि वक्ता प्रथमो दैव्योऽभिषगे अभीगश्च सर्वान् जम्भयन् सर्वाश्च यातु धान्यः असो यस्ताम्रो अरुण उत बभ्रुः सुमङ्गलः ये चेमागुं रुद्रा अभितो दिक्षु श्रिता सहस्रशो वैशाखुं मेढयीमहे असौव्यो वसर्पति नीलग्रीवो विलोहितः उदैनं गोपा अदृशन्नदृशन्नुदहार्यः उदैनं विश्वाभूतानि सदृष्टो मृडयादिनः नमो अस्तु नीलग्रीवाय सहस्राक्षाय मीढुषे अथो ये अस्य दत्त्वानो हन्तेभ्यो गरन्नमः प्रमुञ्च धन्वनस्त्वमुभयोरार्तियोर्जाम् याश्च देहस्त इषवः पराता भगवो वप अवतत्य धनुस्वगुं सहस्राक्षसतेषु ते निशीर्य शल्यानामुखा शिवो नः सुमना भव विज्जन्धनः कपर्तिनो विशल्यो बाणवाकुम् उता अनेजन्नस्येषव आभुरस्य निषङ्गतिः याते हेतिर्मेढुष्टमहस्ते बभूव ते धनुः तयास्मान्निश्वतस्त्वमयक्ष्मया परिभुजा नमस्ते अस्त्वायुधायानातदाय धृष्टवे उभाभ्यामुतते नमो बाहुभ्यां तव धन्वने परिते धन्वनो हेतिरस्मान् मृणक्तु विश्वतः थोय इषुधिस्तवारे अस्मन्निधेहितम् नमस्ते अस्तु भगवन् विश्वेश्वराय महादेवाय त्र्यम्बकाय त्रिपुरान्तकाय त्रिकालाग्निकालाय कालाग्निरुद्राय नीलकण्ठाय नित्यानन्दाय मृत्युञ्जयाय सर्वेश्वराय सदाशिवाय श्रीमन्महादेवाय नमः नमो हिरण्यबाहवे सेनान्ये दिशां च पदये नमः ॐ तन्महेशाय विद्महे वाग्विशुद्धाय धीमहि तन्नः शिवः प्रचोदयात् ॐ तन्महेशाय विद्महे वाग्विशुद्धाय धीमहि तन्नः शिवः प्रचोदयात् ॐ तन्महेशाय विद्महे वाग्विशुद्धाय धीमहि तन्नः शिवः प्रचोदयात् श्री नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिव भिक्षाटनेषु स्वामिने नमः कर्पूरनीराजनं सन्दर्शयामि रक्षां धारयामि नमो हिरण्यबाहवे सेनान्ये दिशां च पतये नमो नमो वृक्षेभ्यो हरिकेशेभ्यः पशूनां पतये नमो नमः स्वस्पिञ्जराय द्विषीमते पथीनां पतये नमो नमो बभ्रुषाय विव्याधिनेन्नानां पतये नमो नमो हरिकेशायोपवीतिने पुष्टानां पतये नमो नमो भवस्य हेत्यै जगदां पतये नमो नमो रुद्राय तथा विनेक्षेत्राणां पतये नमो नमः सूताय हन्त्याय वनानां पतये नमो नमो रोहिताय स्तवतये वृक्षाणां पतये नमो नमो मन्त्रिणे वाणिजाय कक्षाणां पतये नमो नमो भुवन्तये वारिवस्कृताय औषधीनां पतये नमो नमः उच्चैर्घोषाय क्रन्दयते वत्तीनां पतये नमो नमः कृत्स्नवीताय धावते सत्त्वनां पतये नमः नमः सहमानाय निव्याधिनः व्याधिनीनां पतये नमो नमः ककुभाय निषङ्गिने स्तेनानां पतये नमो नमो निषङ्गिन इषुधिमते तस्कराणां पतये नमो नमो वञ्चने परिवञ्चते स्तायूनां पतये नमो नमो निचेरवे परिचरायारण्यानां पतये नमो नमः श्रिकाविभ्यो जिघागुं गद्भ्यो मुष्टदां पतये नमो नमो सिमद्भ्यो रक्तं चरद्भ्यः प्रगृन्दानां पतये नमो नमः उष्णीषिने गिरिचराय कुलुञ्चानां पतये नमो नमः इषुमद्भ्यो धन्वाविभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः आतन्वानेभ्यः प्रतिदधानेभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः आयच्छद्भ्यो विसृजद्भ्यश्च वो नमो नमो स्यद्भ्यो विद्यद्भ्यश्च वो नमो नमः आसीनेभ्यश्च यानेभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः स्वपद्भ्यो जाकृद्भ्यश्च वो नमो नमस्तिष्ठद्भ्यो धावद्भ्यश्च वो नमो नमः सभाभ्यः सभापतिभ्यश्च वो नमो नमो अश्वेभ्योऽश्वपतिभ्यश्च वो नमः नमः व्याधिनीभ्यो विविध्यन्तेभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः उगणाभ्यस्त्रिगुंहरेभ्यश्च वो नमो नमो गृत्सेभ्यो गृत्सपतिभ्यश्च वो नमो नमो व्रातेभ्यो व्रातपतिभ्यश्च वो नमो नमो गणेभ्यो गणपतिभ्यश्च वो नमो नमो विरूपेभ्यो विश्वरूपेभ्यश्च वो नमो नमो महद्भ्यः क्षुल्लकेभ्यश्च वो नमो नमो रथिभ्यो रथेभ्यश्च वो नमो नमो रथेभ्यो रथपतिभ्यश्च वो नमो नमस्तेनाभ्यस्तेनानिभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः क्षत्रुभ्यः संग्रहीतृभ्यश्च वो नमो नमस्तक्षभ्यो रथकारेभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः कुलालेभ्यः कर्वारेभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः कुञ्जिष्टेभ्यो निषादेभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः इषुकृद्भ्यो धन्वकृद्भ्यश्च वो नमो नमो मृगयुभ्यः श्मनिभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः श्वभ्यश्वपतिभ्यश्च वो नमः नमो भवाय च रुद्राय च नमः ॐ तन्महेशाय विद्महे वाग्विशुद्धाय धीमहि तन्नः शिवः प्रचोदयात् ॐ तन्महेशाय विद्महे वाग्विशुद्धाय धीमहि तन्नः शिवः प्रचोदयात् ॐ तन्महेशाय विद्महे वाग्विशुद्धाय धीमहि तन्नः शिवः प्रचोदयात् श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव भिक्षाटनेश्वर स्वामिने नमः सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवाय नमः कर्पूर नीराजनं संदर्शयामि रक्षान् धारयामि ॐ नमो भवाय च रुद्राय च नमः शर्वाय च पशुपतये च नमो नीलग्रीवाय च शितिकण्ठाय च नमः कपर्दिने च व्युक्तकेशाय च नमः सहस्राक्षाय च शतधन्वने च नमो गिरिशाय च शिपिविष्टाय च नमो मेढुष्टमाय तेषु मते च नमो ह्रस्वाय च वामनाय च नमो बृहते च वर्षीजसे च नमो वृद्धाय च संवृध्वने च नमो अग्रिजाय च प्रथमाय च नम आशवे चाजिराय च नमः शीघ्रियाय च शीभ्याय च नमः ऊर्म्याय चापस्वन्याय च नमः स्रोतस्याय च द्वीप्याय च नमो ज्येष्ठाय च कनिष्ठाय च नमः पूर्वजाय चापरजाय च नमो मध्यमाय चापकल्भाय च नमो जघन्याय च बुद्धियाय च नमः सोभ्याय च प्रतिसर्याय च नमो याम्याय च क्षेम्याय च नमः उर्वर्याय च खल्याय च नमः श्लोक्याय चावसान्याय च नमो वन्याय च कक्ष्याय च नमः श्रवाय च प्रतिश्रवाय च नमः आशुषेणाय चाशुरथाय च नमः शूराय चावभिन्दते च नमो वर्मिणे च वरोधिने च नमो बिल्मिने च कवचिने च नमः श्रुताय च श्रुतसेनाय च नमो दुन्दुभ्याय च हनन्याय च नमो धृष्टवे च प्रवृषाय च नमो दूताय च प्रहिताय च नमो निषङ्गिने चेषु धिमते च नमः तीक्ष्णेशवे च युधिने च नमः स्वायुधाय च सुधन्वने च नमः श्रुत्याय च पथ्याय च नमः काट्याय च नीप्याय च नमः सूत्याय च सरस्याय च नमो नाट्याय च वैशन्ताय च नमः कूप्याय च भट्याय च नमो वर्ष्याय च वृष्याय च नमो मेघ्याय च विद्युत्याय च नमः ईद्रियाय च तप्याय च नमो वात्याय च रेष्याय च नमो वास्तव्याय च वास्तुपाय च ॐ तन्महेशाय विद्महे वाग्विशुद्धाय धीमहि तन्नः शिवः प्रचोदयात् ॐ तन्महेशाय विद्महे वाग्विशुद्धाय धीमहि तन्नः शिवः प्रचोदयात् ॐ तन्महेशाय विद्महे वाग्विशुद्धाय धीमहि तन्नः शिवः प्रचोदयात् श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव श्री भिक्षाटनेश्वर स्वामिने नमः कर्पूर नीराजनं संदर्शयामि रक्षां धारयामि
Here in Kailasa's Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalaya, The Utsava Vigraha of Devi Meenakshi Paramashiva Shakti graces in the Adhikara Nandi Vahana. The Utsava Vigraha of Bhagavan Somasundareshwara Swami, Devi Periyavdi Amman, grace on the Swarna Rishabha Vahana. Along with the deities of Ganesha, Subramanya, Chindikeshwara Swami, and the deity of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashivam, who is also gracing us in the Alankaram of Meenakshi Paramashiva Shakti. We will now receive their grace and blessings. Let us be in the receptive space of devotion.
शिवानंद पीयूषरत्नाकरस्थां शिव ब्रह्म विष्णुमरेशाभिवन्द्यां शिवध्यानलग्नां शिवज्ञानमूर्तिं शिवाख्यामतीतां भजे पाण्ड्यबालां शिवादिस्फुरत्पञ्च मंचाधिरूढ़ा धनुर्बाणपाशाकुशोद्भातिहस्तां नवीनार्कवर्णां नवीनेन्दुचूडां परब्रह्मपत्नीं भजे पाण्ड्यबालां किरीटाङ्गदो भाति माङ्गल्यसूत्रां स्फुरन्मेखलाहार ताटङ्गभूषां परामन्त्रकां पाण्ड्यसिंहासनस्थां परन्धामरूपां भजे पाण्ड्यबालाम् धूर्वधूर्वन्तं धूर्वतयोऽस्मान् धूर्वति तन्धूर्वयं वयं धूर्वामस्त्वं देवानामसि सस्नितमं पप्रितमं जुष्टतमं वह्नितमं देवहूतममहृतमसि हविर्धानं त्रिकं हस्वमाह्वा मित्रस्य त्वा चक्षुषा प्रेक्षे माभेर्मा संविक्ता मा त्वाहि गुंसिषम्। श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव सोमसुंदरेश्वर स्वामी समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति मीनाक्षी देव्यै नमः। धूपमाघ्रापयामि। स्वजातवेदोपकृन्निरृतिं मम पशोगश्च मह्यमावह जीवनं च दिशो दिशा मानो हि गुंसि चातवेदो गामश्वं पुरुषं जगत् अबिभ्रदग्न आगहि श्रीरामा परिपातया। श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव सोमसुंदरेश्वर स्वामी समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति मीनाक्षी देव्यै नमः। दीपं संदर्शयामि। मधुवातारतायते मधुक्षरन्ति सिन्धवः माध्वीर्न सन्तोषधीः मधुनक्तमुतोषसि मधुमत्पार्थिवगुंरजः मधुद्यौरस्तु नः स्थितां मधुमान्नो वनस्पतिर्मधुमागम् अस्तु सूर्यः माध्वीर्गावो भवन्तु नः मधु मधु मधु। श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव सोमसुंदरेश्वर स्वामी समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति मीनाक्षी देव्यै नमः। अमृतं महानैवेद्यं निवेदयामि। नैवेद्यानन्तरम् आचमनं समर्पयामि। सर्वमङ्गलमाङ्गल्ये शिवे सर्वार्थसाधिके शरण्ये त्र्यम्बके गौरी नारायणि नमोऽस्तुते सृष्टिस्थितिनाशानां शक्तिभूते सनातनी गुणाश्रये गुणमये नारायणि नमोऽस्तुते शरणागत दीनार्थ परित्राण परायणे सर्वस्यार्ति हरे देवी नारायणि नमोस्तुते। श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव सोम सुंदरेश्वर स्वामी समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति मीनाक्षी देवी नमः। सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवाय नमः। कर्पूर नीराजनं संदर्शयामि रक्षां धारयामि।
Today in the Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalaya,
Thank you for joining us for today's Chithirai Peruvizha celebrations. As continued celebrations of the Ramanavami Mahotsavam here at Adi Kailasa Nityananda Sarvagni Peetham, we will be celebrating one of the most cherished happenings in the entire Ramavatara Leela, that is Sri Rama Pattabhishekam, the crowning and coronation ceremony of Sri Ramachandra Prabhu as the king and his role as the establisher of the model dharmic civilization Ramarajya on planet Earth. The Pattabhishekam rituals will begin soon. We request the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivam, for the Pattabhishekam rituals that are going to be held, and the main crowning ceremony, which is going to be held at 12 noon today. Please stay tuned as we enter into the Pattabhishekam ceremony for Bhagwan Sri Ramachandra Prabhu. We will be joining in a few minutes. Please stay tuned, as we are very soon going to begin the sacred rituals for the Mahapattabhishekam of Sri Ramachandra Prabhu.
నగరినిలే
ईश्वरी आदि कृपाकरी नित्य आनंद तायिनिये मंगलरूपिणी आनंद रक्षगी कोडि सुगम तनै तरुबवळे नित्यं नादमयिन्नुयिरुள் இசை நித்யநாதனின் நாயகியே ஆதி குரு சிவன் நாரணன் நான் முகன் கூடி துதித்திடும் மலைமகளே நித்யானந்தாம்பிகையே சரணம் ஜெய ஜெய
We are now getting ready for the Purvanga Puja and the Kalasha Puja in the Pattabhishekam ritual. Sri Ramachandra, after conquering Lanka and destroying Ravanasura, he makes his way back with thousands of Vanaras and all of the people he picked up, and became in close relationship through his 14 years of exile. It is during these 14 years of exile, Rama expanded and got to know so many different types of beings. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashivam, says that Sri Rama's life is the life of continuous expansion and inclusion of others in your life. As Sri Rama went through the Dandakavana and further into the Lanka and the place of the Vanaras, Sri Rama grew and expanded his friendships. He made friends with the Vanaras, and through their head Sugriva, and gave Sugriva the throne of the Vanaras back. He befriended Vibhishana and gave the throne of Lanka to Vibhishana. He was going on making kings. His life is expanding and giving, that spreading dharma through giving others the opportunity to live peacefully and dharmically. By giving Vibhishana and Sugriva and all of those beings a home safely and run by dharma, Sri Rama made his way back, and all of those kingdoms that he saved all decide to come together and celebrate the coronation of Sri Ramachandra Prabhu. All the devatas from all the lokas came to this very Pattabhishekam, known as the coronation of Sri Ramachandra. We'll now be offering the Kalasha Puja before we begin the puja today.
मध्ये ओम पुण्याहतीर्थं सम्प्रोक्ष्य ओम वास्तोष्पदे प्रतिजानि ह्यस्मान् स्वावेशो अनमिवो भवानः यत्वे महे प्रतितन्नो जुषस्वशन्नो भवद्विपदेशं चतुष्पदे ब्रह्माणम् आवाहयामि ब्रह्मज्ञानं प्रथमं पुरस्ताद्विषेमतः वेन आपः सबुद्धिया उपमा अस्य विष्टा सतश्च योनिमसतश्च विवः मण्डले मध्ये ब्रह्माणम् आवाहयामि सपरिवारायाः श्री ब्रह्मणे नमः ब्रह्माणम् आवाहयामि ततः दक्षिणभागे ओमिदं विष्णुर्विचक्रमे त्रेधा निधते पदं समूढमस्य भागुं सुरे लक्ष्मीनारायणं ध्यायामि आवाहयामि दक्षिणवामपार्श्वे गौरीसमेतै श्री ईशानम् आवाहयामि पूर्वदिग्भागे इन्द्राय सुराधिपतये नमः पूर्वदिग्भागे इन्द्रमावाहयामि ॐ इन्द्रं वो विश्वतस्परिहवामहे जनेभ्यः अस्माकमस्तु केवलः इन्द्रमावाहयामि आग्नेयदिग्भागे अग्निं तेजोधिपतये नमः आग्नेयदिग्भागे अग्निमावाहयामि अग्निं दूतं वृणीमहे होतारं विश्ववेदसम् अस्य यज्ञस्य सुकृतम् ॐ अग्निमावाहयामि याम्यदिग्भागे यमधर्ममावाहयामि यमाय सोमं सुनतु यमाय जुहुता हुविः यमं हि यज्ञो गच्छत्याग्निदूतो अलङ्कृतः यमधर्मराजमावाहयामि नैऋते सर्वराक्षसाधिपतये नैऋतमावाहयामि वरुणाय सर्वजलाधिपतये वरुणमावाहयामि इमं मे वरुणश्रुतिहवमद्या च मृणय त्वामवस्युराजगे तत्त्वायामि ब्रह्मण वन्दमानस्तदाशास्ते यजमानो हविर्भिः अहेडमानो वरुणे हवोद्योर्षगुं समान आयुः प्रमोषीः वरुणम् आवाहयामि ॐ वायुवे जगत्प्राणाधिपतये वायुमावाहयामि वायो तव प्रपृञ्चातिधेनाजिगातिधाशुषे ऊरुचिः सोमपीतये वायुमावाहयामि कुबेराय सर्वजनाधिपतये नमः ॐ सोमो धेनुं सोमो अर्वान् तांशुं सोमो वीरं कर्माण्यं ददाति साधन्यं विधात्यं सभेयं पितृश्रवणं यो ददास्मै सर्वजनाधिपतये कुबेरमावाहयामि ईशानाय सर्वभूताधिपतये नमः ईशानदिग्भागे ईशानमावाहयामि तमेशानं जगातस्तास्तुषस्पतिं धियमीनवामांसे हुमहे वयं पूषा नो यथा वेद सामसद्रुधे रक्षिता पायुरादाब्धस्वस्तये ईशानमावाहयामि प्राग्दिग्भागे पूर्वे ॐ आञ्जनेयाय नमः आञ्जनेयमावाहयामि ॐ मनोजपं मारुततुल्यवेगं जितेन्द्रियं बुद्धिमतं प्रशिष्टं वागात्मजं वानरयोद्धमुख्यं श्रीरामदूतं शिरसा नमामि ॐ आञ्जनेयाय नमः आवाहयामि पश्चिमदिग्भागे ॐ सुमित्रानन्दवर्धनमावाहयामि ॐ सुमित्रानन्दनवर्धनाय नमः ध्यायामि आवाहयामि दक्षिणोत्तरेषु ॐ भरताय नमः शत्रुघ्नाय नमः आवाहयामि आग्नेयादिकोणेषु ॐ सुग्रीवाय नमः ॐ विभीषणाय नमः ॐ अंगदाय नमः आग्नेयादिकोणेषु ॐ सुग्रीवाय नमः ॐ विभीषणाय नमः ॐ अंगदाय नमः ॐ जाम्बवन्त्याय नमः आवाहयामि ततः मध्यममण्डलमध्ये योगपीठं ध्यात्वा ओम अस्मिन् कलशमध्ये ओम पं पद्मायै नमः इति पद्मपीठं ध्यात्वा पद्ममुद्रां प्रदर्श्य पद्मकर्णिकायां श्रीरामनगर श्री सीतालक्ष्मणसमेतस्य श्रीरामनगर श्रीरामं ध्यायामि। ओम रामाय रामभद्राय रामचन्द्राय वेधसे रघुनाथाय नाथाय सीतायाः पतये नमः। सीतालक्ष्मणसमेत श्रीरामचन्द्रस्वामिनम् आवाहयामि। पूर्वदिग्भागे कलशं संस्थाप्य तस्मिन् वासुदेवाय नमः आवाहयामि। ओम अग्निमीळे पुरोहितं यज्ञस्य देवं ऋत्विजं होतारं रत्नधातामम्। हरिः ओम दक्षिणदिग्भागे कलशं संस्थाप्य तस्मिन् सङ्कर्षणाय नमः सङ्कर्षणमावाहयामि। ओम ईशे त्वोर्जे त्वा वायवस्थो पायवस्थ देवोपस्सविता प्रार्पयतु श्रेष्ठतमाय कर्मणे। हरिः ओम पश्चिमदिग्भागे ओम प्रद्युम्नाय नमः प्रद्युम्नमावाहयामि। ओम अग्न आयाहि वीतये गृणानो हव्यदातये इहोता सत्यवर्हिषि। हरिः ओम अथ उत्तरदिग्भागे ओम अनिरुद्धाय नमः अनिरुद्धमावाहयामि। षण्णो देवीरभिष्टय आपो भवन्तु पीतये एषंयोरभिसर्वन्तु नः। मध्ये ओम अनन्ताय नमः ओम अनन्तमावाहयामि। आग्नेयकोणकलशे ओम पुरुषाय ओम श्री ओम पुरुषाय नमः पुरुषमावाहयामि। नैऋतिकोणकलशे ओम सं सत्याय नमः सत्यमावाहयामि। वायुकोणकलशे ओम मम अच्युताय नमः अच्युतमावाहयामि। आपो वा इदगं सर्वं विश्वा भूतान्यावः प्राणावा आपः पशव आपोन्नमापो मृतमापः सम्राडापो विराडापः स्वराडापः छन्दागिष्यापो ज्योतिगिष्यापो यजोगिष्यापः सत्यमापः सर्वा देवता आपो भूर्भुवस्सु पराप। ओम अथ ईशानकोणकलशे ओम अनन्ताय नमः अनन्तमावाहयामि। मध्ये दर्भमुष्ट्या कुम्भं संस्पृत्य गङ्गे चैमने चैव गोदावरी सरस्वती नर्मदे सिन्धु कावेरी जलेऽस्मिन् सन्निधीकुरु। ओम मम अच्युताय नमः अच्युतमावाहयामि। आपो वा इदगं सर्वं विश्वा भूतान्यापः प्राणावापः पशव आपोन्नमापो मृडमापः सम्राडापो विराडापः स्वराडापः छन्दागिष्यापो ज्योतिगिष्यापो यजोगिष्यापः सत्यमापः सर्वा देवता आपो भूर्भुवस्सु पराप। ओम
Nityanandam. Today is the auspicious day of Shri Ramanavami. The cosmic celebration of the happening of Bhagavan Sri Ramachandra Prabhu, the Nijavatara of Bhagavan Mahavishnu Parandhama, the ultimate superconsciousness is himself, whose advent on planet Earth happened to destroy adharma, the collective negativity, and re-establish dharma on the planet Earth by giving a breakthrough in the DNA of human civilization. On this 9th day of Chaitra Navaratri, during Sukla Paksha in the Hindu calendar of month of Chaitra, Kailasas all around the world are celebrating Ramanavami, when Bhagavan Sri Mahavishnu himself appeared as Purushottama, Paramapavana Bhagavan Sri Ramachandra Prabhu, Sri Adisesha appeared as Lakshmana, and the Chakra and Shanku of Mahavishnu appeared as Bharata and Shatrughna. The uniqueness of this day is that this is the only day when an incarnation has landed on the earth along with all of his Amshas on the same day. In the auspicious moment of Ramanavami and continued celebrations of the Ramapattabhishekam here in Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalaya, we celebrated yesterday the Sita Rama Kalyana, the cosmic wedding ceremony of Bhagavan Sri Ramachandra Prabhu and Devi Sita, the manifestation of Devi Mahalakshmi, the Ardhangini of Bhagavan Mahavishnu. Their life together is an example of Tyaga a king and a queen should do for the sake of upholding dharma in society. Adi Kailasa Nityananda Sarvajnapita is the place where Rama lived and the best part of his life. He lived with Devi Sita, Lakshmana, Saptarishis. Paramashiva himself lived here under the banyan tree, the Kalpavriksha. The Swayambhu Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva, the Mula Vigraha of Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalaya, is the deity that Sri Rama himself worshipped personally along with Sita and Lakshmana and later Sri Hanuman when they stayed here. Sri Rama is the symbol of everything best in the universe. Purushottama, Sri Rama is the grand narrative of Hinduism. That is why he is attacked so much. In the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivam, the taller you are, the more targeted you are, because you are seen by more people who are down. Sri Rama was targeted from the time he was born, but even though he was targeted so much, the kind of powerfulness he demonstrated is unparalleled. The highest powerfulness is not using your powers even while you are attacked and waiting for the law of karma to do its job. Not at all becoming in the inner space silly. It's enjoying the whole game. Let us now offer our worship to Sri Rama, Sita, Lakshmana and Hanuman in the form of Sita of the Pattabhishekam.
अथ ममोपात समस्तदुरितक्षद्वारा भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद प्रीत्यर्थम श्री सीता लक्ष्मण समेत श्री रामचंद्र स्वामिनः प्रीत्यर्थम श्री राम पट्टाभिषेक महोत्सवाख्ये कर्मणि ऋत्विकवर्णम् आचार्यवर्णं च करिष्ये अपौपस्पृश्य नित्यानंद गोत्रोद्भवः श्री नित्य प्रणवात्मकानंद महाराज शर्मणः आचार्यत्वां वृणे। श्रीवत्सगोत्रोद्भवः शुभवदानि शर्मणः ऋत्विक् त्वां वृणे हरिदासगोत्रोद्भवः श्रीनित्यराजानन्दशर्मणः ऋत्विक् त्वां वृणे
Adi Kailasa Nityananda Sarvagni is the place where Sri Rama lived the best part of his life. He lived with Devi Sita, Lakshmana, Saptarishis and Paramashiva himself here in Adi Kailasa. The Swayambhu Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva Linga, the Moola Vigraha of Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalaya, is the deity that is worshipped by Sri Rama himself. Worshipped personally along with Sita, Lakshmana and later Sri Hanuman when they stayed there. The original description of Ramayana in the Upanishads matches perfectly the geography and the season and seasonal changes, birds, flowers, and recorded the birds which don't come into this zone. When Sri Ramachandra Prabhu lived here with Devi Sita, an asura came in the form of a crow, Kakasura, and tried to hurt Sita Devi. Sri Ramachandra killed that asura and liberated him. Until now, in this area, not a single crow flies over the Ramnagara hill where the incident had happened. Adi Kailasa is home to thousands-year-old Kalpavriksha, the wish-fulfilling banyan tree. This is a place where Sri Rama, as the first Vyasa, compiled 108 Upanishads and gave them the Muktika Upanishad to Sri Hanuman, his Paramabhakta, under this very banyan tree. Hence, Adi Kailasa is a Tirthasthala, pilgrimage center, not only for human beings, but also for Vanaras. This connection is so strong that even now, monkeys come and worship the Chinmaya Vigraha of Dakshinamurti under the Kalpavriksha. They don't go to any other deity. They only sit at the feet or on the lap of Dakshinamurti and offer puja in their own way. Agama records very clearly Paramashiva gave Agamas, revealed Vedas and everything to Saptarishis south of Kailasha Parvata under the banyan tree. The Ramayana describes with Saptarishis Ramachandra stayed and realized all the Vedas, received all the revelations of Agamas, Vedas, everything from Paramashiva. So if we see both references, Agamic and Puranic reference, both confirm that Adi Kailasa is the geography. There is no other geography that matches both references. Some geographies match one place, some geographies match another place. Only this geography of Adi Kailasa in Ramnagara near Bengaluru matches both the references. Sri Rama is a great Shiva Bhakta, so he's always stayed near the Shivalayas to do Shiva Puja regularly. That's the reason he chose this place to stay, and if you go to the Ramnagara hill, you will see 7 huge rocks representing the Saptarishis. Under each rock, there is a cave where the Rishi lived. It was the residence of these Rishis. All the Saptarishis lived here with Sri Rama and the Ram Parivara and received all the Vedas and Agamas from Paramashiva. Shri Rama is the symbol of everything best in the universe. Purushottama Sri Rama is a grand narrative of Hinduism. That is why he is attacked so much. In the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nityananda Parameswaram, the taller you are, the more targeted you are, because you are seen by more people who are down. Sri Rama was targeted from the time he was born. Even though he was targeted so much, the kind of powerfulness he demonstrated is unparalleled. The highest powerfulness is not using your powers, even while you are attacked, and waiting for the law of karma to do its job, and not being silly in the inner space and enjoying the whole game. Sri Rama is something extraordinary. He is the most non-controversial incarnation who is accepted and worshipped even by Shaivites. In many Shiva temples, Ramayana is carved in the wall with a lot of deities of Sri Rama and Sita along with Hanuman also. Sri Rama has become a non-controversial grand narrative. He has demonstrated all the great qualities to be a grand narrative, especially his tyaga and powerfulness in front of all situations. Sri Rama is a different material altogether. The Puranic description of the entire chain of incarnations of Bhagavan Vishnu demonstrates the various ideals that need to be demonstrated during each situation. For instance, the Matsya Avatara, the fish, where life is having the biggest breakthrough in the form of an independent existence. Then comes the tortoise, the Kurma Avatara, who can live in water and land both. Then comes Varaha, the evolved body. Then comes Narasimha, half animal and half man. Then comes Vamana, the short man. Then comes Parashurama, the wild, ferocious, raw man. Physically fully grown, but still retaining all the wildness of the animal and ferociousness. Then comes Rama, a complete, cultured ideal for a stable human civilization. By the time of his advent, the human civilization had started becoming a reality. Till Parashurama, we were living only as small forest tribes, small settlements in various forests and remote regions. It is only by Rama's time this human civilization had become a mainstream, regular lifestyle. So an ideal leader needs to demonstrate all the principles of coexistence. Somebody has to have the kind of tyaga to demonstrate the power of values, giving courage and confidence to people on the power of dharma. People need to be given courage and confidence to practice dharma. So each incarnation has a reason. However, Sri Rama's was the most difficult. Remaining within the boundaries of the human frame, he had to demonstrate the grandeur of the Dharma. He has done something extraordinary. The beautiful narration of his life, Ramayana, is the most widely narrated epic in Bharat's history. Each and every village in India from the time of Sri Rama regularly sings and reverberates and vibrates with the story of Sri Rama. He continues to remain as the grand narrative of Indian civilization, the Hindu civilization, Sanatana Hindu Dharma, Purana Purushottama. You being attacked is not something big. Everyone gets attacked. Whether you are a beggar or a king, you are attacked. How do you respond decides whether you are great or not. Thousands of kings have lost the kingdom, but nobody has become part of history. Losing a kingdom does not make you a part of history. How you respond when you lose a kingdom makes you part of history. The kinghood of Sri Rama was not taken away when the kingdom was taken away. That is the reason why he remains and will be Raja Rama forever. Still we worship him only on the throne. His Pattabhishekam scene is the most worshipped scene. Here in Adi Kailasa Nityananda Sarvajñapita, we are celebrating today the grand Pattabhishekam of Sri Ramachandra Prabhu as a part of the continued celebrations of Sri Ramanavami. The way Sri Rama Chandra Prabhu held himself, we can't say he was exiled. His Padukas were ruling Ayodhya. When your Padukas are on the throne of the kingdom, how can we say someone had been exiled? When his kingdom was removed from him, even after that his kinghood was not removed from him. It was built from his own powerful cognitions. He was king because of his powerful cognitions, not because of external powers. So building our personality based on powerful cognitions is the message of Ramayana. One line message of Sri Rama is build your whole life on powerful cognitions constantly. In fact, the message of the whole of Rama's life is nothing but manifesting powerful cognitions. When we can call it Tyaga, he doesn't even feel he has done Tyaga. The same way, our beloved Bhagavan, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivam has said, he doesn't even feel he has done any Tyaga, despite being the greatest Tyagi of the current era, the ultimate manifestation of Paramashiva, Tyagaraja himself, only because of his powerful cognitions. The powerfulness he demonstrated when anything was taken away from him became his message. Usually, people build their own brand when they are great kings, queens, and powerful people. Rama is the only person he built his brand when he lost everything. No one can use the opportunities like Rama. The worst opportunities, he used it for the best. In the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashivam, actually the way I stood when my reputation was stolen away has become a new reputation for me. Understand? Thousands lose reputation. That's not a big thing. How you stand when reputation is stolen away from you, that builds the real reputation. Whether you feel it easy or you feel it difficult or you feel it as impossible, the only thing you need to do is building powerful cognitions. If you feel easy, just do it. If you feel difficult, do it. If you feel impossible, do it. Build powerful cognitions about life, understanding about life. Your powerful cognitions act like a magnet and attract situations and persons of the higher caliber in your life. Manifest that same caliber experiences in your life. That is the essence of Sri Rama's life. It is the core essence of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. This is the grand narrative of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. Today is the continued celebration of the auspicious Sri Ramanavami, a cosmic celebration of the happening of Sri Ramachandra Prabhu, the Nijavatara of Bhagavan Mahavishnu Parandhama, the ultimate superconsciousness himself. whose advent on planet Earth happened to destroy adharma, the collective negativity, and re-establish dharma on the planet by giving a breakthrough in DNA of human civilization. Yesterday, on this 9th day of the Chaitra Navaratri Sukla Paksha in the Hindu lunar month of Chaitra, Kailasas all over the world celebrated Sri Ramanavami, when Bhagavan Sri Mahavishnu himself appeared as Purushottama Paramapavana Bhagavan Sri Ramachandra Prabhu. Sri Adi Kailas Adishesha manifested as Lakshmana, and his Chakra and Shanka appeared as Bharata and Shatrughna. The uniqueness of this day is that this is the day when an incarnation landed on the earth with all of his amshas at the same time. Today, here in Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalaya at Adi Kailasa Nityananda Sarvajna Pita, we are continuing with the Ram Navami celebrations with one of the most cherished and celebrated happenings in Ramatara Leela, the Sri Rama Pattabhishekam, the coronation of Bhagavan Sri Ramachandra Prabhu as king, Raja Rama, and him establishing a model dharmic civilization, Ramarajya, on the planet Earth for the first time in the history of evolved human civilization.
सिन्धुकाव्य जलेऽस्मिन् सन्निधीकुरु। अस्मिन् कलशे ओम भ्रूं भ्रूं आधारशक्तिये नमः। ओम भ्रूं ओम त्रिकालाय नमः। अनंताय नमः। ओम ज्ञानाय नमः। वैराग्याय नमः। ऐश्वर्याय नमः। ओम धर्माय नमः। अज्ञानाय नमः। ओम अवैराग्याय नमः। ओम अनीश्वर्याय नमः। ओम हम मस्तानं विभ्राणं सदाशिव महायोगपीठाय नमः। ओम ऋग्वेदपुरुषाय नमः। ओम यजुर्वेदपुरुषाय नमः। ओम सामवेदपुरुषाय नमः। ओम अथर्वणवेदपुरुषाय नमः। ओम भूवदहंकाराय नमः। ओम देहाहंकाराय नमः। ओम सत्वगुणाय नमः। ओम रजोगुणाय नमः। ओम तमोगुणाय नमः। ओम ओम